4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
What's up? What's up, guys? How's it going? Yo! Yo! He's here! He's arrived! He's late! Soz. It's all quiet in the chat. What's going on? Are we whispering? Hi Danny, I see you. Who else is in it? Me, apparently. I'm watching myself. Good job. Narcissistic fuck. I'm sure you're probably drawing again. Jesus, it really is quiet tonight, isn't it, G? Well, we better get right to it then, don't we? So, more or less, this is what we got up to last time. On Wednesday. However, I have just added a quick background. Now I'll probably edit it at some point during the process, but I think it looks alright for now. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so today we're going to be doing some texturing, we're going to be doing some lighting and shading, and we're also going to get the markings done on the face and the Montrals, which we're going to do first. Lots of fun, so let's get on with it. Just checking out my 5,000 layers, obviously. And again, just to confirm with everybody, working from this here reference just for now. Although actually potentially that one might be a little bit better. Yeah, let's do that. So just like last time, we're just going to cut using the select tool. A load of little shapes. Just try and get them as accurate as possible, given the kind of movement which we've got on the drawing. By the way, guys, if you hear screaming outside, it's because there's kids everywhere, and I'm so sorry. Yeah, normally what I like to do with these kind of markings is just kind of do them slowly, one at a time, but kind of alternate sides, just so that I'm working in roughly the same area. A little bit further up. Then we can just play around with them later and see if we can make some little bits of improvement. this side kind of comes up and around. In fact, I might just bring up the full screen one whilst we do this, just so that peeps know what we're doing. Let's see. So yeah, if you see that side, it kind of comes up and then down and then across. Bit like that. A bit slimmer. And then that bottom bit kind of comes in like that, doesn't it? Maybe a bit longer. How's everybody's day been? All good, I hope. American peeps, how was Thanksgiving? Hope you all got totally stuffed. It kind of comes in around like that, doesn't it? There's always a pain with these shapes because they never quite match up. So as long as you kind of roughly give that impression that they do, it kind of works. Because it's the same as when I did the Darth Talon piece of work. It's kind of like you just couldn't get them directly, you know, correlating from side to side. It's just impossible. So as long as they more or less look as they should, we all good. Sup, Danny? I don't know if you heard me before. How are you? Was it you that was doing the Groot drawing? And Rocket? I think it was, wasn't it? How's that going? Or did I already see it? It's been a long few days. Good. Good. Did you watch today's episode as well? It's absolute chaos. As long as there's not too many people in the chat, I'm sure we can have a tiny little discussion. Just if there's too many people, I'll ask for no spoilers. Come around there. God knows how this is going to turn out. How's it going, Burbs? How you doing? Nope, I'm waiting for my dad to get home. I heard it is amazing. It is amazing. Amazing. Like, when you first see her, it's a bit off-putting, honestly. But you soon get used to it, and the episode itself was just, like, one of the best. So, because you're here, we will maintain no spoilers from anyone. I probably need to sort out some sort of mod to come in here and kick people if they spoil things. Originally, I did have a buddy of mine who was going to do it, but he disappeared. Other stuff to do. But yeah, you'll love it. Honestly, she does. When you first see her, she does look a bit odd. It was a bit like Bo-Katan, right? Because it's the first time you've ever seen them in live action. You're just kind of like, whoa, that's not quite what I was expecting. But after, let's say, the first 15 minutes, you kind of get used to it. I think because we've gotten so used to seeing her being very sort of smooth and everything, animation style, when you actually see her in the flesh, it just looks a bit, it doesn't translate quite right straight away. But in fairness, the actress did a great job. Probably needs to go back up a bit, doesn't it? Burbs, how's it going? I'm sorry I was a bit late as well. Had a bit of a Facebook meltdown. Fortunately, there was not many people here straight away anyway. Does that very bottom bit go totally blue? It does, doesn't it? And again, this is also kind of why it's difficult to work in a painted style with an animation character, because you can never quite get those features perfect from the animation, because they vary so much from what you're doing and the style that you're doing them in. I'm good. Are you working on anything tonight? Like I said right at the beginning of the stream, we got this far last time, so in essence we actually kind of got this far with the great background. I just decided to quickly make a background before we came live today, just so that we didn't spend a load of time, waste a load more time making that. I'll probably change it much later on, but we'll see. So again, that kind of... Again, it's like it's totally different between Clone Wars and Rebels. And then, obviously I've done it in a totally different style as well, so... But if we're lucky... we might actually be done tonight. I cannot draw backgrounds. That's okay, a lot of people say that. It's all about the things that you practice, isn't it? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I got out of the habit of doing them myself, so I'm hardly one to talk. But fortunately, because I kind of studied it for a while in school a long time ago, I'm confident just to play around and see if I can get just something vague sorted. But you see, with a lot of my backgrounds, especially with these kinds of paints, I try to do a very kind of minimalistic background, kind of a backdrop more than a background, just because I want the focus to be directly on the character rather than having it modelled up with the background. It also makes for a much nicer print as well. Add a few more bits here and there, just to add a little bit of variety. Might not be exact, but who cares? I might make a drawing of one of my OCs later. Nice. if you want, you can send over on Instagram a quick message, and we can embarrass you live of the character you're going to do. I'm sure everybody would be interested in seeing. But OCs are always fun. Like, I love mine. They're a part of your journey. So anybody who tells you that they don't particularly like OCs is a damn liar. Honestly. Controversial opinion, but that's me. So I think that's looking pretty good. For now, we might just need to edit a few bits, but let's give it a go. So she's kind of got that colour, isn't she? Wow, that's added a lot already. I like it. So let's see. Yeah, that's good, that, isn't it? I'll add that, tone it down a bit. If I duplicate it, we can then play with some different To be honest, that looks pretty good already, doesn't it? Although so in essence, I'm just in the meantime gonna get rid of that. So in fact, what I'll do, so I'm gonna unclip those because I like that effect, but I want to just change around slightly the way that these work. So if I put those into their own layer, and I'm just gonna hide them, we'll then duplicate this layer. Only use one of them. Turn it back on. And we're going to put it to a normal blending mode all the way back to 100. And that will give us that colour. Again, we can just nip and tuck it. But we've also got the old layers, so that I can copy those effects over if I need to. Because again, some of this needs just a bit of work, I think. See, that was much smoother, isn't it? So and for whatever reason, I'm on that brush. Guys, you both in the States, aren't you? If I remember right. Which I probably don't. Again, that one kind of needs to be a bit more rounded, doesn't it? Might even just... inverse that, get rid of that, inverse it again. Yeah. Did you enjoy Thanksgiving? I have no idea what it entails and what happens. All I hear is that you eat way too much food. Oh. Come on. I'm always a sucker for these finer details. Especially on a paint. The more I look at it, the more I hate it. It kind of needs to be a bit thinner, doesn't it? For far away, it's not too bad. That's a bit better. It's the thing. With these finer details, it's always worth zooming all the way out. Have a second look, because you can get way too bogged down in what it looks like when you're up close, and then you realise you've done about half an hour's work up close for absolutely no reason at all, because you can't even see it. See, for me, I think that looks okay. Yeah, that last bit I don't like. That bit's fine. Yeah, it's all about trying to figure out that angle. So, because we're trusty digital artists, we can just play around with this. Ha! If my mouse wants to work, which for whatever reason it doesn't. Again, let's just play around with an eraser. Once that's done, we'll just check these out and see what we've got. We've got Vivid Light 57. Perfect. Actually, I'm just going to duplicate that whilst I'm at it. So the bottom one was Vivid Light 57 opacity. So Vivid Light 57. And the top one was Color Burn 34. So Color Burn. It's gone. Color burn. 34, did I say? 34? Yeah. That's the stuff. Yeah, I think that looks okay, doesn't it? However, just to be on the safe side, I'm just going to duplicate this and then hide it before I decide to merge completely. I mean, I think maybe I might even, if I merge that, still have the other one underneath, I can then play with that opacity a bit. Even if it's just taking it down by a percentage or two. There we go. Isn't it typical? I changed my mouse flipping batteries right before the stream, and these ones don't work. Sod's Law. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about this. What is life? Yeah, zooming that out. It's looking pretty good. So next up, we're just going to do the same thing for the skin wherever I've put it. There it is. Actually, if anything, probably I might just forget about the select tool for this just for a bit, and I might draw it on. Is that? It is, it's there, okay. Okie dokie, so I am going to be safe. I'm going to keep a copy of both of those. Get rid of them, just so that I know where those eyebrows go. Just on the off chance, because I know what an idiot I am, I'll probably forget how they look. Just so I've got another copy like that. And from there, I can start with the clipping mask. Hooray! I don't know what it is, it's always Ahsoka's facial markings which get me, and I don't know why. And actually, thinking about it, I'm gonna tone the opacity down on this so that I know roughly where the eyebrows are, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get those facial markings on, because it just reminds me where those eyebrows are actually going. So you've been working on the Ahsoka drawing too. Nice. I think everybody's trying to get that that trend. Everybody's trying to catch the trend. Actually, it's been quite good timing for me because I didn't realise it was going to take quite this long. So if I get it done by tonight, I might just get on the bandwagon. We'll see. It'll be a first. Me catching a trend on Instagram, Jesus. So I can always go too far and then get rid of some of these lines. I go through phases where, like, I do enjoy doing Ahsoka, and she's like one of the best characters, but I find sometimes it's just on Instagram that she's just so overdone all the time. And I know she's a crowd pleaser and she gets lots of likes and follows and everything, but sometimes it's just kind of like, come on guys, can we draw something else please, just once. So I've got a fair few pieces of her up, but I try not to overdo it so that I actually enjoy painting her when the time finally comes. I've kind of got to take into account the way that cheek's going. Her and Baby Yoda. Oh god. Oh, by the way, I see there's 3 of you in here now. No Mando spoilers, please. I mean, I've seen it, so feel free to DM me, but nothing in the chat. Let's just be respectful for those people who haven't seen it yet. And then I guess that's probably where lots of people get like their huge numbers of follows, is where they actually do Baby Yoda with Ahsoka, right? Because they managed to get on both hashtags, which is quite clever, and I've never thought of that, so I dare say there'll be quite a few of those popping up over the next few days though. The question is, do I do this slightly more square? Or should I kind of go a bit more along the brow? But yeah, I feel as though it's going to be Ahsoka overload for the next couple of days. Again, kind of makes me regret not going down the whole Rosario Dawson route. But it's there. It's there for the recording. Hi guys on YouTube tomorrow. That's proof. Is that enough to market the video with, please? That's fine by me though, I've missed her. Yes, and that's the thing. It's like, I don't have a problem if you do her. Because again, every now and again I want to. Because she is a fun character to draw. It's just sometimes, you find this with all fandoms, there's one specific thing or one specific character or ship or whatever which people draw time and time again. And I'll be fair to them, they get really, really good at it, but it's like they become so good at it that they kind of forget to draw anything else. Which doesn't really help them long term when it comes to kind of improving their artwork. And as well, a lot of people who have done it and have gone that route and talked to me about it have said they almost feel as though they're trapped and they can't do anything else because their followers have come to expect that that's what they're doing. Magnificent meat bag. My Facebook shoes. You talking about them over there? Or have I totally missed that reference? I feel like I've totally missed the reference. Not the Star Wars reference. Meat bag. The Facebook shoes one. And this kind of comes around. It's roughly just above the bottom of the nose. But still quite far out, isn't it? Oh Jesus! Dude, I actually didn't even read your name. It came up in orange on my screen, and I assumed it was somebody else. How's it going, dude? How's it going? Surprised to see you here. Nerding out with us. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, Nasos, welcome to the team. At the minute we're just drawing Ahsoka because we can, and for the likes and the praise and all this kind of stuff. And I've just realised... screw it. Let's actually move that out a bit. But yeah, guys, NASA's been helping me sort my Facebook issue. I honestly don't know where it's come from, but what can I say? I hope I don't have to start a new account, because that will mean I'll have to transfer all of my work stuff across to a new one as well, which is going to be a goddamn nightmare. But I'll try what you suggested. What am I doing? I'll try what you suggested when the stream finishes. See if it makes a difference, and if it then doesn't, I'm out of ideas, honestly. It feels it's too close, isn't it? Kind of needs to be out that way a bit more, and then curve slightly inward. Further down towards the cheekbone. Then I might as well just give this a little bit of a curve down as well, so that it matches the other side. I think it's going to be a bit quiet in here, because I think people are still hungover from Thanksgiving. From what I've heard. Don't quote me on that. bit more pointed, doesn't it? That looks alright. And hopefully you don't hear too much music in the background. The TV in the next room has suddenly just blasted out. To be slightly curved upwards, doesn't it? And again, screw. If we make a new layer over the top, I'm going to fill that in. That'll give me more flexibility to reshape it later. So it actually comes quite far up. We look around there. Goes quite far up, face around the cheekbone. And again, similar to the other side. Kind of goes in there, curves around a bit. It's looking okay. Then, as always, it's just a case of getting that shaping just right. Which is harder than it looks. Maybe that needs to be a little bit thinner. And like always, I'll do it and then I won't like it. Same with down here, let's just go all the way down. And if we turn that brightness up, starting to look alright. Let's just kind of merge these two down just because they work. Kind of get rid of this. It looks a bit more eyebrowy. Guys, hopefully the volume's all good. Let me know if you need it to be changed or anything. Here with the king of chill music. Chill copyright free music, obviously. Thank you for the follow, Zenekin. How's it going? Following the way. That's the problem with doing this full screen, is you get to see all my emails. But I can't show you the references. Oh, you're a good friend of Nassos. Nice. Welcome. Welcome to the team. Nassos has lots of friends. Please tell me you weren't a TP. He's very popular. He's so popular that he's not speaking in the chat. Yeah, it's about time you followed. Also a bit shy. He's not shy. We used to go out drinking with him. Jesus. Come on. Anyway, for those newbies, no Mando spoilers, if you even know what's going on. But for the last 4 streams we've been painting Ahsoka Tano. But because we've got a few American followers, we try to stay away from spoilers in the chat until, let's say, next week. But even if you don't know nothing about my silly little fandom, feel free to chill out. But yeah, I've never thought that Nasos would be shy. Nasos, by the way, Bill sometimes pops in as well. Vasilis. Now what do? Should I go for this first, or we're on a new layer? Let's just sketch it rather than draw it. It kind of goes in at the top there as well, doesn't it? So probably needs to be a bit more like that. Zenekin, are you from Greece too? Obviously, I'd assume so. I kind of need to... Often what I do with this is I kind of go in, I do it quite straight, and then I kind of curve it around a bit later, using the curve tool. So don't expect it to look perfect straight away. Actually thinking about it, actually needs to be a bit smaller as well, doesn't it? So I'm just going to curve it around to give that kind of central line. Do that. I think that works a bit better, doesn't it? Then you've got the lines which can kind of indicate once again the shape of the face. And that nice curvature. Thicken those out of it. See, for me, I think it needs to be slightly the other way. I may have gone a bit too far. Try it a bit more. No. drag that back a bit. Whoop. That could work. That could work. So we'll make that a little bit less predominant. Get our trusty select tool out. And we'll fill it in. Again, there's nothing wrong with going back a bit later and filling out some more of that shape like we did with the eyebrows, but I probably should rotate the canvas a bit more sometimes, but I've heard that people don't like watching when other people do that, so I try my best not to. That's why you will see on my speed paints on my Instagram as well. Like, I'm just constantly struggling with line work because I just refuse to mess up the video by constantly rotating and zooming and all this sort of stuff. It's like a skill in itself, I swear. So that kind of works, isn't it? What do we think? Does it need to be a bit thicker one side, maybe? I've drawn on the wrong layer, that's what's happened here. Never mind. It's a bit better. It's always a struggle though, getting those perfect shapes. Especially when it kind of, in essence, when it's on a curve. You always need to keep that in mind with a shape, and it can be a total ball ache. I love how Nassos turned up, started lurking, scared off all of my previous viewers, and is now just lurking quietly in the background. And zoomed out, that actually looks quite nice. I think everything's working alright. What's going on here with this light? There we go. Maybe just need to curve that down a bit. It's looking right. Might just need to add a little bit of thickness to that cheek. Then all that's left is those kind of diamondy bits which are coming down, which fortunately don't quite run parallel with the face, well, with the other diamonds, but so it gives us a bit of freedom to again try and put that curvature. So that roughly right, might make that a tad smaller. That needs to be a bit smaller. Just a tad, let's try it. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that is pretty good. So again, gonna merge that down. She's only got the facial tattoos, so that's a relief. Now let's just play with those blending modes. See if we can find one which we quite like, which, knowing my luck, probably doesn't exist. Yeah, it's the problem with doing white, is that it never quite looks how it should. So we have an overlay over the top, and I'm just going to put this one as normal underneath, turn the opacity down a bit, probably just on both of them, just so that we can get those tiny little areas of bright white seeping through without the layer below looking too orange. Which is a challenge. I think I preferred the way it was before. And that overlay was down, but the normal layer was a bit lighter. I think that's okay. Let's maybe give it another clipping mask just over the top to get rid of some of that stupid kind of orange tint that it's got. I think that's alright. Just you know what? I'm not going to bother. I'm going to get rid of that. tone that down a bit. Because probably, when it comes to doing some of this lighting, we might be able to actually highlight some of those areas a bit more anyway. Yeah. We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting close. Oh yeah, and just to confirm how much of a nerd I am, here you go. That's how I like my coffee. Now that's pretty good, I think. We'll play with it later. Then what I could also quickly do is if I pop you back over to full screen, let's go and just play with these adjustments a bit. Let's go with the curves, see what that does. We don't want it too much. I don't want too much difference, but it would be nice just to kind of make those highlights touch brighter. Nah, I'm not feeling it, guys. I'm not feeling it. Maybe let's see what the brightness can do. Of course, you're in the way. Hold on. Let's move you off screen because I think we're more or less done with you now anyway. The vibrance is nice. That saturation we don't want too much. And it's all that experimentation at this point. Honestly. Just trying different things and seeing what works. See, with a normal human face wouldn't be doing this, but see, if I copied and pasted that over the top, then I turn it right down, it might just do absolutely nothing. It's kind of brought out some of those highlights, isn't it? What about if we try? See, for me, that vivid light is always a bit too much because it brings out all of those shades of orange as well, and it kind of oversaturates those. So again, I'm thinking I might just leave this for now. But yeah, now it's time to get some texturing done, which is always fun. So I'm an idiot because I haven't actually got it up yet. But I've got my little folder here where I've got lots of cool textures and whatever to play with. So, I'm just going to kind of drag. If I put this over the chest plate, I'm going to drag and drop that over the top. It's a nice metallic kind of looking texture. That's looking really odd, but I like it. Why haven't I enabled Twitch bits on my account? I think you can only do it via when you've got enough followers, I believe. I think you can only do it when you reach affiliate, which if we look down there, we're halfway to. This is only the 5th stream we've actually done since I've got my new computer anyway. So. But yeah, I'm pretty sure bits only become available once you've reached affiliate. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would like to know. You see, if you change them blending masks a bit, blending modes, that's what I'm after, you get nice little effects going on. However, I quite like the overlay, but the problem is that blue just kind of ruins that colouring a bit, so I'm just going to change that and see if we get some kind of more brownish saturated colour. Darken it a bit. Why? Are you planning on sending me bits? I'm not that good of an artist, come on. Behave, Renaso. Behave. Let's just kind of get rid of it around the edge a bit. Very lightly. It just adds that tiny little bit of texture, which is quite nice. And again, it's just a case of repeating that cycle over the top of a lot of other layers, which is always fun. So, what else do we need? We're going to need that metal, probably. We're going to need it over the arm plates, first of all. We're going to need it as well over the lightsabers. And then the armor and the headpiece as well. So we're going to need about 5 of these different bits and pieces. So yeah, that's the headpiece up there. So let's get that going. Oop. And as well, let's just kind of switch this back to the full screen so you can see it better. But yeah, honestly, dude, like, at the minute, we have a fair few people who pop in every now and again, but I bought you a coffee or whatever that means, or coffee. Thank you! NASA, thank you for the coffee! Thank you so much. Appreciate it, dude. One Freddo Espresso. We love you. Woo! I did originally have, like, a little pop-up thing for Ko-fi on here, but it just didn't stop, and there was nowhere nice to put it, so that black sheep coffee. Is that still there? I mean, why would you know? I mean, TP isn't even there anymore. But why would I even go near that place again? I don't know. Honestly. I just love the fact that we all just left. let's get one of them on the hoop as well, why not? Let's make everything metal! Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that bits aren't enabled until you reach affiliate. Again, let me know. I'll be interested to know. Because I did always assume that they were only a affiliate thing. In fact, that hook can actually go in that folder, can't it? And then, if we duplicate it again, make that a nice clipping mask. Funnily enough, it's already in place. That's useful. And the same with that right hook. We can bring that up into here. Do you actually see many of the others still, or? Other than when I return? Again, because they're all the same kind of texture. We're going to select all of them and then just play around. See if we can get something we like. The overlay seems to normally be the best one, but soft light seems to be working alright as well. But I think I'm going to turn it right the way down for these ones. And as well, in the meantime, I'm going to grab my references back over again. Not that you can see them at the minute, but we kind of need to get the patterns on. Give me a second. So those patterns right there. Now I know I've done it roughly the wrong shape, but honestly, who cares? It's stylization. Ha ha. It's a bit like we did earlier. It's a little bit more reddish, isn't it? We'll see if we can quickly draw that stuff on. A bit smaller. So that kind of goes like that. Sort of two that go straight down the middle. But again, we kind of need to curve them. Nasos, is that why you were going silent? It's because you were trying to find out what's going on with bits, etc. And trying to figure out what the hell's going on Ko-fi. And that kind of is a bit lower. And then comes kind of if I can get it wrong-handed. I'm doing it. I'm flipping. It's probably going to break my computer, but I'm flipping. That's better. Paint, because I swear to God, Photoshop is actually tougher on your computer than a lot of games are. Those poor gamers. Don't know what. Don't know how lucky they are, do they? Huh? Goes like that. Again, it doesn't need to be perfect as long as you roughly get that. Shape done. You can see there it actually kind of stops, so I've got the right brush, which of course I haven't, I never do. Yeah, that side kind of looks alright, doesn't it? Yeah. Although that could be a bit curved, a bit more curved, I think, and a little bit further up as well. That kind of works. And it goes down in almost like a lightning thing, which stops about here, which is nice. And again, drops down. I think that's more or less it for that side, isn't it? I think. I hope. Now, if we move over to the other side, I think it's got something similar. Let's see with the other references. Yeah, so you can vaguely see over there. It has something similar, so that in essence is coming from here, but it doesn't actually start until around there, and then curves back round the other side. So kind of roughly put these all on, and again it's that near side comes in roughly just before halfway, and then has kind of that curved line coming out of it. Then on the other side, kind of see that it curves up like that, then also the opposite way as well, so up a bit like that, nice and sweet. Yeah, that's what I like. And then I'm not going to go too to town on the one on the right hand side, because there's not really a lot of point, because you can't see it. If I can ever find where I've put it. Here it is. I'm just going to kind of put a hint that it's there, just in the background. Nothing too fancy, just to kind of suggest that it's going through the other side as well. So again, just going to find each of those layers, and let's play with the opacity a bit. Maybe it could be a multiply layer just to burn it in a bit. Nice. And a nice little effect that I quite like to do is I like to duplicate these layers and just play with the Gaussian blur. Just a bit. Just to give it that little bit of pop. And turn that opacity right down. Specifically on that front one, but I might do it with the left hand one as well. So again, just gonna make that a nice Gaussian blur, same as before. Turn that opacity right down, just to kind of give it that essence of blur. I can take my brush, probably airbrush. Airbrush seems to work the nicest. Turn the opacity down just ever so slightly. Get rid of it towards those edges on both of those layers. It's just so that we make sure it's not coming over the side anywhere. That one's not too bad, but might again just blur some parts of that edge just to tone it down a bit, make it blend into the background. And then finally we need to do it on the central one as well, so let's get rid of that there, there. Fade it in around those edges, and we'll do it here as well. That Gaussian blur. Might again just see if I can turn it down just a bit. That's a bit too blurred, isn't it? The same with that one. Let's turn that blur right down. Yeah, we're doing good. Like I said, we might even finish tonight, which would be ridiculous, in all honesty. So that's those three done. Again, I should have another one of these hiding somewhere, but I'm an absolute jelly bean, so I always lose track of them. What else do we need to do? It's the arm plates and the lightsabers, I think, isn't it? So where have I put the arm plates? Just there. Nice and fun. So that's them. And actually, I actually want to scale that down quite a lot so that we can really see that movement in the metal. Give it that roundness that it wants. That's alright, then we can duplicate that, flip it around, and it's more or less right for the other side. Merge these two idiots together, let's just quickly zoom in. And again with this eraser, I'm just going to get rid of just a touch around these edges. Just to bring out that colour. Nothing massive, just enough to give that little tiny bit of contrast, which we'll use later. It's very empty tonight. I don't know what's going on. This is the slowest night we've had so far. So that's done quite nicely. There's my spare one. Cool. So what was the other thing I wanted to do? Was the lightsabers, wasn't it? So, if I remember right, that is actually right down the bottom. That? No. There they are. Now these, because they're very metallic, I'm just gonna play around with the brightness and contrast of bits. Just to bring out that nice texture. Again, it just kind of adds something a little bit nice to the top. Tone it down again, just so it's barely visible, just to give that subtle indication of what's going on. Now, what's next? Do we have some kind of cloth pan in here? I definitely used to. I don't seem to at the minute. No, we don't. Not a problem. Just something to distinguish what's going on there with the skin. So if you give me a second, I'm just going to find something online which resembles a bit of cloth. Preferably high definition, that would be quite nice, but that kind of works. Let's have a bit of that. Welcome back, Burbs. How's it going? At the minute, we're going through and we are just texturing some of these layers. So if I zoom right in, you can see it's kind of this metallic texture on a lot of the metal parts and all this kind of stuff. And it's just playing around and trying to get a bit of contrast between the metal and the fabric and whatever with the skin. Just really subtle. I mean, you can't really see it when it's zoomed out, but I think it's doing okay. And just now I'm going to do the same with kind of like the dress and that kind of stuff. So No need to be too fancy with it, but just gonna kind of duplicate it around a bit. So rather than being this being a part, let's say, of the painting process, this is much more kind of photo editing-y, if you get what I mean. So all I'm doing at the minute is I'm just going to merge all these together in a second. I'll apply a tiny bit of blur, nothing too heavy. I'm going to clip that to this mask, well, to the dress in essence. We'll create another one over the top. Just erase these different areas so they don't overlap and look a bit naff. So we'll add this one again, move it across. In fact, they can go behind. But yeah, obviously this isn't something which a lot of beginner level artists often feel comfortable with, but it's definitely useful. So again, with anything that I'm doing, if you've got any questions about it, do make sure to say so in chat, because it's all stuff which I kind of had to figure out by myself, so I might as well save you the hassle of having to do that as well. So if I duplicate that again, bring it in behind, bring it back up to full opacity, and that one. I can then again, because it's the back arm, I'm going to make it slightly smaller to give that illusion that it's far away. Move it around a bit, see what we can do. Is that going to reach the top? It's not, is it? So I probably just need an extra little bit from around here. Just going to copy that, move it slightly upwards, merge them all together. Overlay them, soft light. Just go through these modes and just play with them again to see what's going on. It just gives that added little tiny bit of detail, which is fun. You see, it really kind of makes everything pop a bit. Yeah, having done that, I think we're ready to get onto some shading. So, it's now or never. I'm going to duplicate all of those layers, and again, just to make sure I don't make any stupid mistakes after I've gone through and merged everything. I can then start on the shading. Burbs, have you started your drawing yet? Danny was here but disappeared. Actually, that's one thing I haven't done. I haven't quite. These old ones, aren't they? Get rid of those. What was I about to say? I was about to say something. Oh, it's all gone wrong. That's right. I haven't actually done the tights, so I'm gonna need to quickly place another one of these in. Just texture those as well. Put that across there. Just gives them a wee bit of curvature. I haven't started my drawing yet, not sure which character I'm going to do. Are you like me? Have you got like 1,000 of them all just waiting in line? Waiting their turn. That multiplayer looks quite nice, doesn't it? Really brings out that contrast. Yeah, so now that's done. So we've got all of those, which is lovely jubbly. Now start on the individual bits of lighting for the different areas. And once we've done that, we can then merge everything together, give it some nice highlights, some nice tiny little details to really make it pop, relight it as one full image, and then we're more or less done. So we'll start on this one. Now, given what the background is like, what I normally like to do is go through and make a new, well, duplicate this layer of the background, merge it, blur it rather, mirror it to its very max, because it kind of gives you that indication of what the light colours are and what the dark colours are, especially if you turn up that saturation. And that way, if you colour pick from that, what your darks and lights are going to be, you get a much nicer shadow, and it all works well together. Yeah, I have a lot, but most of them I've drawn only once, but some I like the designs. Don't worry about that. I've got hundreds of them which I've taken hours and hours to design and drawn like once. Everyone's got their favourites though, so for these shadows, we're going to go for that nice deep purple. And we'll probably do that for every single one of these layers. So don't mind me here, this is just me prepping. So at this point you realise just how many goddamn layers you have on each painting. Bearing in mind I've already merged about 40 just in the last minute or so. What is this? That can actually be merged down there as well. What's this at the back? It's the lightsabers. Okay. Alright, so let's get started. get a nice airbrush again. Again, let's take it right the way down. So what are we doing? We're doing this up top here. Just going to do that for each layer nice and quickly, just to add that roundness. So that's now the Montrals. Really fill in that shape and get those shadows where they need to be. And always, as always, we can take the opacity up and down if we want to. It's always good practice just to see what you've done by turning the layer on, off and on a bit. So this one's for the chest plate. And let's get some nice dark colours in there. Different ones, it's nice to play around with those blending modes again as well. So this one's for these kind of belty bits here. I mean, they ain't going to take too much, I don't think. Get into where the movement is. Again, zoom out. It's just about giving that little bit of dynamism. You can see it also smooths things out quite nicely. Now that actually reminds me, before I forget, I should probably get some kind of leathery texture and do the belt as well, but I will do that before we move on to that final stage. So that's them. And again, always remembering where that light's coming from. Again, you can always play around. Whoop. Now, I've been a total idiot there, because what I've actually done is I've not painted on the... Layers! Layers! That's what I want. Play around with overlays, we can play around with soft lights. Soft light works quite nicely for that, I think. Again, got to think about where the light's coming from for these ones. Might bring the brush just up slightly. Again, get inside where the light can't quite reach, because it then just adds that spherical shape. It makes it pop. Just give it that little bit of rounded flavour in these areas well, because obviously the belt is going to be blocking off some of that light. Next one, we've got that left hand side. again, this one doesn't matter hugely if it's a little bit darker. Because obviously it's going all the way around the back. And we want to give it that nice curvature. Again, it's perfect. So that's that. What have we got next? Now again, we've got the belt. Now I might quickly just change these colours of the belts. So that one, no. So that one, no. There we go. We'll just change these to red so I don't forget to put that texturing on. Okie dokie. Yeah, let's add a bit more curvature and depth there. I think that will do with multiply, because that brings that colour right down and brings out those shades. Now we've got the waist. Of course, the light is going to be slightly blocked out around those side areas as well, and roughly around those bits where the edges are because of the armor. So let's see with this one, let's play around with different kind of... See, for me, I think that's a bit too dark. But if I take that opacity down, I think that kind of works. And there's one annoying fly in my room who has decided to come and say hello on stream. Hooray. What's next? The arm plates. And you know what? This is where these start to really pop with that nice metal texture, especially with that highlight that I put on them a lot earlier. You see, just it's kind of what I was saying a few days ago on the, I think it was the second stream we did when we were still in black and white, is that working with a hard brush first and then adding light with a soft brush just seems to be that much more effective than working with the soft brush first, because it brings out those lights much more and it sort of contrasts them against the work that you've already put in. Again, let's work on this kind of shaping. These really dark bits, you can put lots and lots of brush strokes onto, bring out that movement. Again, the dress is being covered by all of the armor, so here you just want little spots of highlight, nothing too fancy. I like to always just a touch around both edges just to bring out that shape of the body. Add a bit again around that armor. The inside of the armor, of course, is not going to have any light on it at all, so do it there. Again, let's play with these blending modes. Again, multiply is normally my favourite to use. Sometimes it can be a bit too dark, but I think that works quite well. Just add some little bits more. And this side is going to be very kind of contrasting. So that is pretty good there. I might just erase some of this from where the light actually does hit the edging. Dude, we're coming on quite nice. And we've got the tights down the bottom. Again, that's just all about, if I'm using the brush instead of the eraser, just getting that softness into these areas to kind of highlight where the roundness of the legs is. You don't have to be too fussy with it. I always like to put quite a lot of, you know, kind of make those curves quite dark on the legs, because it just gives it that nice shine where the roundness pops out and where it's at the front. And then finally, just got those last two layers. So we'll do the lightsaber first, just because they're nice and quick. So that bottom bit there is what's going to be not seen, but those light parts are going to be at the front there and there. Again, this one's going to be an interesting one because we can just play around, really. Darker colour's quite nice. Linear burn's a bit too dark, I think. I mean, we can always play with it a bit. Problem with colour burn is it doesn't quite do what we're supposed to be, or what we're wanting, but actually linear burn's not too bad, is it? That works. Because it doesn't mess with any of the colours for whatever reason. And then finally, we'll make that brush nice and big, and then work on getting that nice roundness and contrasting colour on the skin. Now obviously the skin is always a bit more difficult because you need to kind of, the way the body moves, you kind of need to cut out those bits that you want to shade in so that you don't negatively affect the other bits around it. And then take that nice soft eraser and just nip out those tiny bits. Again, you see, it's just kind of given that roundness. Not too much here, because we want to really make that pop with light. Just enough, just so it gives it some round. Round vibes. Gonna get that on the t-shirt. We'll sell that as merch as well. Round vibes. Again, that's quite nice, isn't it? It's going to get rid of some of these stupid areas, which it thinks I want to draw on, which I don't. Mostly down that kind of side there. There's always that trouble with the neck, though, is you don't want to make it too dark. Oh. You want to kind of keep that highlighty bit at the front there, just to give it that little bit extra. And then finally, probably I should inverse this a bit, we can head on to the face again. Just getting some of those, turn this down and get in some of those dark areas. Of course, around the eyes you don't particularly want it to be having too much of an effect, so it's always worth going back and just getting rid of some of what you've done around there and kind of on the lips as well. That's looking kind of cool. You can see the difference there. It looked a bit like a flat image before, but just with those few brush strokes, it really adds that depth. And again, it's just a case of playing with these modes and seeing which one you think looks best. Now, I'm always weary of overlays. I don't like them too much. Although, honestly, with the skin, I think the normal looks alright. I'll just tone it down a bit. Of course, there's nothing to stop you making a new layer, and especially around those eyes. I was like, just add that little bit of purple in around the eyes for your female characters, because it just kind of gives that hint of makeup. Again, just play with that opacity, see if you can get it to a level that you like. Again, it's nice and round. Then, it's just a case of going around and doing the same thing with those highlights. So if I go back to this background layer, you can see the light is generally kind of this kind of orangey colour. If I take that up just a tad, and start using that as a light source. That's probably a bit too low in opacity. And then start playing around again with these overlays. It just gives it that rebounding light effect. You just want to be really subtle with a lot of this stuff, because of course, look at the headdress, I mean, it's just one line. So it really doesn't take a lot of lighting to get the result you want. Although I might quickly just get rid of it down that lower edge, so you can still see where it's rebounding. So next we're on to the Montrals. And just like with, say, your human head, around the temples always has just that little burst of light. So I'm gonna almost use the same kind of theory and just put little bits there and there. Again, just playing with these blending modes, making everything pop. Onto the chest plate. Oop. It's just that little tiny touch on these buttons just to round them off a bit. Maybe some extra lighting. Around these areas. Now we can actually see on the reference again, it's not too much of a shiny material, so I don't want to be too rough with this, just enough just to give it a bit of bounce. Of course, light always comes above shadows, so that's the reason I'm putting these layers in this order. So in essence, the light will always be on top and the shadow underneath. Just being nice and subtle. Well, these ones don't need a huge amount of lighting. Just enough to kind of make them pop. Because again, with that kind of belty texture, it doesn't really light up or react that way with the light, so we're now going to start on the armor. Of course, these are a lot more shiny, so for whatever reason it doesn't seem to want to be playing ball. There we go. So because that does react with the light a lot more, I'm going to go much thicker. That's almost a bit too warm a light, isn't it? So screen might be the best way to do it, and then I'm just going to maybe go around these edges where it's a bit darker and just get rid of some of that. So that's that one. Now again, it's important just to keep an eye on these ones so that you can remember where to find them, so you can duplicate it on the other areas of the same material. So that's going to be the ring. Let's get in some lovely light just around those edges, a little bit around here as well. And again, just because it's already quite a light area, it's probably better to do a screen. Effect rather than anything else, and just put it just up enough that it highlights where the light's hitting, but not so high that it looks as though it's about to blind you. So now onto that other plate. I'm just going to double check. So that was screen at 69%. So if we do that straight away, means we don't have to muck around with it later. I'm going to get a nice big old light on this one. I might actually turn that down a bit. And again, just around these edges, get rid of a little bit. Just to kind of indicate where this kind of edging is, in essence, blocking off that light. So that second part of the belt now. Again, that can kind of, doesn't need too much, just enough to indicate a bit of movement. Again, don't forget to tell me and remind me that I need to texture it, because I'm an idiot and I'll forget. The waistband. just gonna get rid of around those edges, just where that dark bit is, again around the bottom there. We don't want any light, or at least a lot less light to be getting into those kind of areas. Now, I mean, the armband, or the kind of the arm plates, are already reasonably well lit because we did it quite early on. There's nothing wrong with just going ahead and trying it again as well. Maybe just adding some tiny bits of light. And some little added details to some of these areas. So probably that's not going to work. That may add something. Same with this. Just going to go ahead and put just that little bit of lighting on these. Hard light's a little bit too much. I think soft light works quite nicely. Same again for the dress. Again, because the fabric in the dress doesn't really reflect light as, let's say, metal or something like that, something hard would do. I'm not going to go too far on it, but also I'm going to want to kind of use a much bigger brush just to kind of show that absorption of the light rather than reflection. So you don't really need much more than that, I don't think. A little bit around the thumb. Again, overlay is quite nice because it kind of changes the colour a little bit. But nothing too detailed. Now on this side we don't need a huge amount either. Well, we might just want a bit, so we'll just quickly go over the top of it. Give a nice screen, because it really pops that white. Again, similar with the tights, we don't need to do a huge amount. I like to do it quite big. Bold kind of brush, just to change that colour a bit, to give it that movement, but it doesn't need to be too much. And finally, skin. Again, it's just about thinking out where that light is coming from, roughly where it's going to touch the skin. It also acts and kind of helps us smooth out certain areas as well. I always like to give that nice shine on the shoulder. And there. Yeah, nothing too fancy. Just a little bit on top of the lip. Just a touch on the eye. Let's play that lighting. Turn it down a touch. And it just adds touch of class. And at that point, I don't think we're too far away from being finished. What are we thinking? At which point is also a nice idea to do the same thing again. I might change the colour slightly further down that kind of purple route, make it a bit darker, and just in certain areas take a hard brush, turn it down to about 90ish. Again, just add some of those hard edges. Especially with that shadow. Don't often do it with light, but the Montrals, I'm not sure if they need a huge amount. Could just darken in behind. There's not a huge amount of hard light reflecting. There is just a wee bit, probably, from around there. Again, maybe there's a touch in and around that face. Chest plate, I might just have a little bit in behind. Some Montrals, as well as that, just to harden up those buttons a bit. Add a little touch around them. I'm going to turn that right down so it's not too obvious. The belt, I think, is more or less okay. Let's just get a wee bit of detail. just add something. Nothing too much. I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but we'll go over it in a bit. I might just rotate that slightly now. So it works a bit better. Some of them really dark edges. Again, it's just kind of zooming out, making sure everything's okay. I think it is. Because again, nobody's going to be zooming in and going, "Oh, there's a purple line there." Oh. Only idiots like me, obviously. Now, the ring isn't necessarily going to have too much of a shadow. Might just have some around these kind of areas where it's been covered, but nothing too fancy. Okay, we're now on to that one. Yeah, let's just get some of those hard lines in. To show where there is a bit of shadow underneath the white. Maybe a bit behind there as well. It doesn't need to be huge. We can always go ahead and erase some of it as well. Again, just trying to make it pop. Going to be these very dark areas around here. And then there's not really going to be too much darkness on that side. I might just give it a tiny bit, just add some round. waist may have. There's kind of that circle in behind it. Other than that, it's not a huge amount to be concerned with. Just a tiny, just a touch underneath that belt. Maybe some straight down there. Honestly, sometimes it's these tiny bits which make the biggest difference in terms of that kind of rounding off around the body and having that nice contrast of light around it, just to give that emphasis that it is actually not skin tight. Go again on the arm plates. Although thinking about it, that's not how that light's going to go, is it? It's going to kind of go kind of, those very dark lights are going to be kind of around that area, aren't they? In and among those areas down there. Just a touch around these areas as well. See how that looks when it's turned down a bit. Just that tiniest bit of definition. Again, it's getting nice and dark on this side because the light is not going to be going anywhere near it. Same around here. It's always good on this metal to go with those hard edges. Looking nice and crisp. Again, that dress is going to have a fair amount, so I'm going to bring up the opacity a wee bit. Also going to have a wee bit around there. as underneath where that plate is. I'm just going to put some little bits around where the Montrals are. And of course, underneath the waistband. Of course, the light coming from this angle on this arm, it's not going to have too much in the way of hard shading. Well, I might just give a tiny bit back there. Turn it all the way down, just so it's there in the background. Again, that arm can have a little bit. There's going to be a lot of hard light, or hard shadow, should I say, on this part of the armor. It's because there's no light getting to it at all. So that could be a nice dark contrast. To everything else. And the tights, more or less just going to have it underneath where the skirt is, and across the legs. So again, multiply layer makes that nice and dark. Now over the top of the skin, we are going to need a fair bit. So I always like to put a little bit around those eyes. Just a hint under the nose. As well as just a tiny bit there under the mouth. Again, it's always worth experimenting with the skin just to see what you can do with it. See, for me, I'm not particularly happy with those bits around the eyes, but definitely under the nose is always a good one to do because it just gives it that point. See if with a lesser brush it makes any difference there. It does, doesn't it? And then just bring out that sort of nasal passage a bit. Makes it quite nice. And that's the thing with the skin, you kind of need to take it easy and a lot more slowly. Than anything else that you paint. Because it's just that little bit more complicated. Even with the hard lighting, it's just slightly more subtle. In the way that it works. Of course, let's get those bits under the fingers nice and dark as well. It doesn't always work out perfectly, but you can kind of see what we're going for. Maybe just a wee bit to harden up under there. And of course, I'm a total idiot, so I forgot to light the lightsabers, but whatever. Let's get some of those nice harder shapes in just to give it that movement that it needs. Same on this side. Actually, this side it's much more dark around here, isn't it? And then it's just a case of how much you choose to go into it. Make it nice and dark at the back there as well. Yeah, we're going to play with these modes. Probably multiply and layer is the way to go, I would assume. Tone it down a bit. And it's looking pretty good. Might just soften it down just a touch on this one. Because obviously it's not a completely flat surface. Mira's in the chat. Hello, Mira. You've missed absolutely all of the useful information. You missed all of the useful bits, yeah. That's okay. Not a problem. Better late than never. We had a few people in. We got a few more followers. It's all good. Don't worry. But you can see, we've gone totally crazy. So quickly, you can see. Can you see here? Just this is how many layers we're on at the minute, and I've already merged like most of them. So we more or less started looking like this, kind of. Not even that. But how did we start? We've gone through, we've done. I'm so philosophical today. Yes, I do. Yes, I am. We've gone through, we've textured everything. Shaded everything, put on designs. My goodness, it's madness, absolute madness. But yeah, if you want to see the process, either I'm going to have to do it again with another painting, or you're going to have to watch the video. It's like you were here for the entirety of the black and white phase, and then when it came to the real kind of nitty gritty, you've missed it all. You've missed all the fun. But yeah, at this point I think I'm just going to duplicate it one more time. I'm going to take it down there, get rid of it, and I think we're going to merge. We've merged. I have added the lighting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now it's just kind of a case of going around some of these areas and just getting those tiny little extra details in. There's little bits which you can't actually see from, far away, but it just makes all the difference in the world. Just going ahead, getting in that colour. Yeah, I learned the basis, the black and white stuff. It's better than nothing. You could have learned nothing at all. Straightened off a bit. Maybe even rounded off a little bit more as well. Why not? I like this lipstick colour a lot. Should I just agree? It's a good colour. I like the colour too. Just add some little bits of highlight here and there as well. You have the same colour. That works. Maybe you can get together sometime and exchange palettes or whatever it is girls do. Actually, at the same time, I'm just going to quickly... It's quite soft, isn't it? So I'm just going to go around these edges and get rid of some of that orange, which is peaking. It's the problem with working with so many layers. You always find little bits that you really don't want to be there. Similar down here. There's just a few bits and pieces which get away from you. Shape these out a bit. Of course, if you have the... Are we still talking about lipstick? Or are we back talking about painting now? It's a roller coaster talking to you, I swear. Some of these nice fingers. Again, I'm not quite sure what's happening there, but never mind. Let's get some of those nice dark lines in behind and in between the fingers as well. So add a little bit of contrast. Lipstick colour palettes. If only I knew what you were talking about. If only. Is that actually something you people do? Is that a thing? You get together and you discuss that for some reason? Is that what's it called? Avon is? These lipstick colour palettes to be in painting. Oh. Is that going to be the next channel on the Discord? I mean, the majority of you in there are female, so... Let's just get rid of some of that fingery business. Why not? Well, I'll tell you what. We've got the request room in there, and every time somebody makes a request in the Discord, I put it up for a vote. And if the vote gets over 50% of the voting squad to say yes, then I put it in. So go for it. Put it in the request room. I'll put it up to vote, and we'll see what happens. Just nobody's been using those rooms, so there's not been many votes in the last, let's say, couple of weeks. Round that off. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. I spent a lot of time putting those rooms in for nobody to use them. The irony being, I then took some of them out, and then people complained that they weren't there anymore, having never used them. Like, you bastards. Yeah, it is. What do we want? The lightsaber to be really solid. We need to get rid of some of this jaggedy edge. Come on. Be a pal. I like most of the rooms, but I guess the busiest one is lobby, chat, and scribble. Maybe. Obviously, lobby is active all day. Scribble, when it is active, is ridiculously active. But I think the other one is probably... We are surprised, like, haven't, again, been so much this week because of Thanksgiving, but the figurative room for a while was just mayhem. Just, like, complete mayhem. And the Star Wars chats are just always on the go. I don't know how we manage it. But they kind of go in phases. But it's quite funny with the scribble chat though, because it's like, it will be mayhem for about 10 minutes. It then gets ridiculously quiet whilst everybody's playing the game, and it goes totally hyper again after. Joking again. What you... I can't tell if you're joking through a goddamn chat. Jesus. Put some smileys or something. Bloody Nora woman. It's all about these tiny details. Yeah, I noticed that back here. But what can I say? You can't type in 2 chats at once. That needs to be turned down quite a lot, doesn't it? Still, it's a great fun game, so it keeps people occupied. Oh shoot. Me being an idiot and painting on the wrong layer. Again. Why aren't you telling me? That's made all the difference there, isn't it? All the difference. Now the things with Ahsoka is I don't know what colour her nails are. I don't think she actually... Ooh, that little bit of purple. The game is great, the user interface needs some work, however. What can I say? It's not that bad. We've never had a problem. Again, you just can't see it, can you? Screw it. Let's put some on. Why not? Mira, are you working on anything tonight or just chilling again? Do I know Draw Classic? No, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Is it something similar? Who the hell is Igor? I'm not sure if it's only an app, or as a web interface. I'll have a look. Why not? Let's have a look. No, I think it's just the app. By the looks of it, yeah, it's just an app. Oh, okay. That'd be interesting to have a look at. I think the thing is, the reason why we use Scribble is just because it's quick, and obviously because it's available on both, as in Android and phone and computer. Anybody can use it, no matter what they're doing. We're back to these nails. Just give that a hint of light. Need to figure a way to turn them off when I'm in full screen. Hello, Candice. How's it going? You're working on sketches, nothing in particular. Candice, how's it going? How we doing? Joining us for the last hour. This is how far we've got. It's looking pretty good, if I do say so myself. Ooh, that's some light and half that in it. Blimey. Might turn that down a bit. I kind of like it. Yeah, so in essence, the point of that layer, before anybody asks, is that it's the background, which I've just blurred, and the lightest tone I take and use as the lighting on the character, and the darkest tone I use the shading. And that's, in essence, what that is. I still need to post my Yu-Gi-Oh! Illustration, but I guess no one will be interested, since it's not hype topic like Star Wars. Don't underestimate it, right? There's loads of fandoms on Instagram. Had a really busy day. Looks amazing. Thank you for a start. And why so busy? Yes. When you say you like the light, do you mean kind of like that light? That light? Which one are we talking about? Color dodge or linear dodge? Color dodge, linear dodge. Color dodge one. So you mean that one? Is this the one we're talking about? I feel as though the chat might be slightly behind. This one, cool. It is cool. I think it's a little bit bright, honestly, but it kind of works. It is a bit behind. What can I say? Not sure why, that's the first time that's happened. Normally, we're more or less exactly at the same time. It's not much, it's something stupid like 10 seconds, but yeah, at this point, there's not a lot left to do. I'm going to take it off for a second, because we need to do something snazzy. Let's kind of go for a nice light blue. And I think we can all guess what I'm going to be doing now. Looks like the sun is shining a lot, and she's hiding in the shadows. She does. And it also depends on how we want the lightsabers to look, honestly. If it doesn't keep lagging on me. So that's one. Then let's head over here. Give it 2. Oop. Make this slightly shorter. I kind of preferred it the way it was before. Now these are going to be quite interesting because I've never done the white ones before. Don't listen to me because I always tend to go for dramatic lighting. That's alright. To be fair, so do I. But I kind of like to do it in a slightly different way, which is what I'm going to show you right before the end. Because we're not that far away from the very final touches at this point. Oop, I'm just going to duplicate the layers. Slowly start Gaussian blurring. Merge it down, do it again. Keep going with that. I always, as well, like to just add kind of a touch of white around the rim. Duplicate that a bit more. As well as that, it's worth going back, getting that airbrush, and just kind of putting a little bit further down. Getting some of that nice light in front of the edge there, and then kind of just getting rid of it from where you don't want it. See, that is the problem when you put harsh lighting on something which has got lightsabers on it. Doesn't quite work. However, that's quite nice. I think that really brings out the colour. Yeah. Now again, I'm going to duplicate this just in case I make any stupid mistakes. One last thing I always like to do is I like to kind of go from, just to give it some depth, kind of go for this circular kind of pattern at the bottom. Take some of that nice dark colour, put that there, we'll make another layer, do kind of the same, in some of these other areas. for a nice kind of whitish. I'll turn it all the way up. I'm gonna gorge and blur that really finely. We'll do exactly the same with that. We're going to turn this one to a multiply, maybe. But we won't have it too high. Let's try an overlay, actually. Overlay works nice. We'll turn this one maybe to a screen. Again, turn it right down. See how much difference that's made. So you've got that, which is your flat image. It just draws your eye upwards towards where that light source is coming from. So I'm pretty much happy with that. Of course, some of those fine little touches that we need to do is with that bright white brush. Reasonably hard. Just go around some of these edges. There's some of those nice light touches. In some of these areas. Just a touch on the chin. Let's get a tiny bit on that shoulder. Colour that round. Nice little bit around there. Add these little spots here and there, just to indicate that that's where some of the hardest light is dropping. Especially in around this top right area. Just a touch around the nose. It's just making it pop, isn't it? Again, tiny little touches here and there. We go in the eyes a little bit harder. I like to give the eyes really nice white shine. It's surprising what a difference just tiny little things like that make. Could do little bits around here. It's not hugely necessary, if I'm being honest. Turn the opacity down even more, might just go around this belt. What do we think, guys? What do we think? Honestly, I don't think it needs too much more than that. However, one of my favourite things to do I do this on pretty much all of my pieces. I'm just going to bring this across, because why not? Lens flare. And this is how I do some of my ridiculous lighting. This is my biggest secret. So I like to go for one which is reasonably good quality. Just play around with them, see what we can find. Say something like that. We're going to copy that one. Then just over the top I'll paste it, and then I can just figure out where I want to put it. So honestly, I think this one I'm going to flip. Play around with that kind of angle and size. People always go, "Oh, your lighting is amazing," and I'm like, "Yeah, I cheat." Nah, not cheating, but exactly, you did. So actually, one thing to consider with this is always ridiculously, like, you can get some of these lens flares and you can see obviously this one's quite blue, so it doesn't always work the way you want it to. But if you switch it over to color dodge and linear dodge, you can see what I mean. It just adds just a ridiculous kind of light. So what I like to do is, once that's in place, I put it behind that character and then just keep on playing with it until I get an effect which I quite like. So once that's done, what we can do is, if we go to adjustments, we can play around with that hue and saturation until we find something we like. The green is kind of cool. I'm not 100% sure on what I want to do with this, honestly. But that, you see what I mean? It's gone from that to that. It's just added so much depth. And again, if you wanted to, you could play with the saturation a bit. But I always like to have it nice and bright. Maybe just over the top of it. Colour pick that bit there. And just brush lightly over the source so it's not quite so predominant. And again, our old friend, Gaussian blur. So that's quite fun. But yeah, I even do that on a lot of my comic-y style drawings for the background, and it just adds just something totally different. Then another thing I like to do is I will search for an embedded overlay, find one which again is quite nice, one or two, however many you want, when it loads. There we go. Then copy and play with that as well. And that is always something that I like to have both in the front, the foreground and the background. So if you do something like that, again, let's go with the color dodge. You kind of see what I mean? Just adds that little bit of spiciness. Then if I duplicate it, bring it behind her as well, play with the size a bit. I can't either. I didn't honestly think I was going to get quite so, you know, far with this today, but it looks like we're pretty much done. So I'm not hugely happy with what's gone on at the top there. I'm not quite sure why that has suddenly decided it wants to be different to everything else, but let's just blend it in a bit. It's nice. And another thing I like to play with right at the end as well, again, just to, I've got all, obviously you can see all of the brushes that I've got here, which are always quite fun to play with. I've got these kind of fog, smoke kind of looking ones. I always like to bring this up full pelt, put that down a couple of times, put it over the top. You could potentially just again play around with these different overlays, etc. Just kind of gives something a bit different. I'll double it, I'll put it again in behind everything. Maybe I'll flip it. Yeah, it's just kind of a case of playing with what you've got. See, this one I might not bother with because it's a bit too much, I think. Yes, because Amy and you weren't there to distract you. That's alright. I had other distractions today. But I think, honestly, I'm going to leave it like that. I don't think there's anything else that I need to do. So, tell me, what do you think? Who else is still here? Who have we got? We've got Candice. Candice is still here. Mira's here. And the others seem to have disappeared. From what I can see. But it always lies to me, so God knows. Let's over the top. What's the date today? 27th to the 11th. So we'll go for the 11th. 2020. In love with this lighting. Lighting, like I said, lighting is like some of the most fun that you can have on a piece of work. But you can kind of see now, like I said, if I zoom all the way in, you can see what I mean about why I use that hard brush first. Because you can still vaguely see it in the distance, but that soft lighting is what gives everything its form. So you've, in essence, you've built up something with a lot of texture, and then you've just softened certain parts of it in order to give it that shape. But yeah, if we quickly, I'm just going to go back to Photoshop screen. Oh, that looks so much better. I'm just going to quickly go to my desktop. And hopefully they're still here. I can't see them now. Where it gone? Yeah, so that was our very first one. So you kind of see how far we've actually got. Oh, path in. What's up, man? How's it going, Path? We are pretty much done. There she is. And it's always really, really fun on Instagram to do this stupid flipping rubby outy thing. Like, there's nothing more satisfying than doing that. I swear. There she goes. Ah. So I'm definitely going to do one of those later. Yeah. I was really busy studying and couldn't join. That's alright, man. Don't worry about it. But it's funny, everybody sat here and watched me go through the whole grayscale stage, right? All the blending, all the really long-term stuff, and then this last stream where we got to do all the fun stuff. like the texturing and the lighting and the background and all that sort of stuff, the lightsabers. Everybody was busy right until the very end. So, yeah, more for you guys. But yeah, don't really know what to do now. I finished early. What have I got to do? Other than obviously say thank you to everybody who's joined along the way, but next week I'm actually doing a commission for Chansey, who's in the Discord, of a League of Legends, not League of Legends, Final Fantasy character. So I'll be doing the same process again, but I don't want to stream it because she said she didn't want to see any whips or anything like that. So next week, not sure if we'll do this again. Obviously I could do. I've still got a few pieces of work which I need doing. The other option is we could have a laugh and we could play some games maybe. I was actually thinking, now that I've got my new computer and everything sorted, we can make an art hub Sims house and have some absolute chaos. Cause some chaos. And I know a lot of the Star Wars fans want me to play KOTOR at some point, but I'm not going to do that just yet. We'll build some followers first. But I think next week I'm going to be pretty much occupied in terms of art. So, it's up to you. Let me know. Maybe I'll put a poll up on Instagram. See, there's not a huge amount of you guys coming in from there, but there's enough. Now, one other thing I do sometimes like to do, is if I don't bugger this up, because I obviously forgot, because I'm an idiot, I often quite like to make a duplicate in behind. We'll see how this works. So if I turn that to, let's say, pitch black, stupid fly, then we're going to colorize it, make it maybe a purple or blue kind of works. Put that onto, say, a multiply or something, turn it right down. That's also quite a nice little effect. Just adds something, doesn't it? Not sure if I'll keep it. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer it with the shadow or without the shadow? With? Without? Tell me, Pips. Might gauge and blur it a little bit. With shadow? Path? With shadow. Everybody's saying with shadow. Those of you are left anyway. We have actually had a fair few people in again tonight, but it's just nobody seems to be here at the same time. I think Candice has disappeared. Oh no, she's here. With the shadow, looks more 3D. Cool. With the shadow it is then. I might turn this up just a tad. But yeah, guys, let me know in chat right now. What do you think about next week? What should we do? Or should we have a week off? Because I'm more than happy to continue doing stuff on stream and we'll have a laugh. I'm happy to do another painting. As long as it doesn't get in the way of the commission. Maybe we'll put it to another character vote on Instagram. would you even be interested in coming in for another week? I love how you've all gone silent for that. Speak, damn it. Speak. It's up to you what you're comfortable with. I just join for fun sometimes, so I'm okay with it. Yay. Honestly, we'll see. I mean, I'll try and get as much of the commission done over the weekend. Depends on how busy you are. If you're stressed with the commission, then we just have a week off. It's not so much a case of it being stressful. So obviously, with the commission, it's another painted piece, which means it's going to take up a hell of a lot of time. But if not, I'm in for another character drawing. Nice, okay. Well, in which case, over the weekend, I've still got a Draw This in Your Style challenge to do. Just draw this in the challenge. One of the prizes, sorry, the last one of those. I've got Karina's Padme thing, which needs doing as well. And then I've also got the commission. So if we say we won't start on Monday, that gives me the entirety of the weekend plus the first two days of the week to get a lot of my work done. That leaves up Wednesday, Friday to do and start another character. And I can come up with some ideas and put some votes on Instagram, see if we can drum up any interest. If I'm bored on Monday and there's nothing else to do, maybe we'll play a game or something like that. We can chat on Discord about it. But obviously, before we go, does anybody have anything to add about the painting? Or does anybody have any work to share? If you're working on something at the minute, or you've just posted and I haven't realised because I've been on here, tell me. Tell me and I will put it up on screen. Mira's posted. Mahaha. Let's embarrass Mira. Mahaha. It's nothing special. Yes, it is. It's special. Of course it is. See if we can find it. Ah. What do you mean it's not new? There it is! There it is! We're gonna like that right on stream. We're gonna like Amber's comment. No, let's not report it. And let's comment with, I don't know, love hearts. There we go. See? Now you know that I'm a real person. I see what you mean about the big lips. I think that's what we said last time, wasn't it? That you like to really over-exaggerate the lips. And I like the way that you've done the hair as well. I always found when I used to paint hair, it's like I would do kind of what you've done there, but for the whole of the hair, which just made it look messy. But it's nice to see that you've got kind of a mixed style. What do you mean exactly? Also the skin. Skin's really nice. Whoop. Also cool leaves. I always love it when people manage to do stylized sleeves really well. Mine never come off quite so. I'm too much of a perfectionist. The funny thing is they don't look exaggerated when I draw it, but the colour does it. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's that lighting, isn't it? It's always with the lighting on the lips. Again, if you for example, using Photoshop, I don't know if what you use has something similar, but of course you could use a liquify tool and you could just get in there and make it a lot smaller. It's a great little tool. Also the eyes. Look at the eyes. In the meantime, let's go and stalk Path as well, because he's here. There he is. Do we have any more Harrison Ford? No, we don't. We have Anakin. Doing the fire dance. So, for Path, I'm going to spam fire. Oop. Live on stream. Just to embarrass Path as well. You use Procreate. Photoshop you use sometimes only because of the annoying tablet that you have. There. I'm sure... In terms of a tablet, you mean... Fire. Fire! Fire! And I'm not saying nothing about those hands, by the way. I'll keep the secret. So pretty. The eyes are my favourite part. Yeah, not Anakin's. We're talking about mirrors. Is this an original character that you had? Is it one of yours? Honestly, Path, that fire is amazing. I don't know how you do it. Don't you be giving me that look. Is this an original character? I don't know. We'll go with yes. Now, Candice, I'm assuming this is you. I'm assuming. Because again, everybody's name is not quite the same on Twitch or Discord or anything else. Yes, it's original. Of course it is. Of course it is. Wi-Fi such trash, everything you say is late. But don't worry, I'll just sit here on this account and see. So I'm assuming this is you. Assuming. I might be totally wrong. If it's Candice, then I'm already following her. We'll have to see. We're just going to have to wait 5 minutes for our Wi-Fi to catch up. Awesome post. Yeah, she's way behind, isn't she? Oh lord. I'm gonna clip this out and put it on IGTV and tag her in it. She's definitely like 5 minutes ago. I swear, at least. Maybe that's why maybe that's why I think it last night or the night before I kept saying goodnight to Candice, but she wasn't responding, so I ended up just going offline. Maybe she typed in the chat after I went offline. Candice, come on. Keep up. Well, whoever this Candace is, whether it's you or not, we're going to pretend it is you and just stare at this, because why not? Come on. Come on, I need an answer. Believe, people, believe. No, we're still waiting. What I'm going to do, right, at the end of this, once I've downloaded it, I'm going to clip it out. I'm going to download it. And I'm going to put a timer up on the video. And we'll see how long it takes. From when I first went onto this profile and asked her if it was her, to when she actually responds. Is this some kind of Greek goddess? I think this is a draw this in your style. I've seen it about. Is she tagged? Yes, she is. In fact, I follow her and I didn't even realise it. It is quite old now by the looks of it. That's right, I did recently follow her, yeah. Where is it? Bleeding ages ago. Whatever, I can't find it. But yeah, here's a draw this in your cell. Oh, you're on my page now. Right, okay. So the timer can stop, YouTube. Just so that you know, timer stops now. Well, we now know. It took us about 15 minutes, but we now know that this is, in fact, Candace's profile. Again, I really like that lighting in behind. And the way that you do the skin tones. And the hair as well. That's almost a bit kind of like my style. In the way that it just flows, like, amazingly for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, it's cool. The original one is cool too. Yeah, Path, stop you giggling. It's not her fault. Oh well. Honestly, I'm gonna lose this mind with my Wi-Fi. You lose my mind with this Wi-Fi. Yeah, I would do too. Well, we've kind of run out of things to do, so probably gonna call it quits here. We'll have one last quick look and just go, look how pretty it is, and then back to my ugly face. And say goodnight, honestly, and I'll be in touch with everybody in regards to next week. Like I said, probably won't do any art on Monday on here if we stream at all. It will probably be something a bit more fun, just chill out. And then I'll put up a vote on Instagram and we will start again with painting definitely on Wednesday, once I've caught up with some work. At this point, I'm now just going to sit here and wait for you all to say goodnight. Goodnight went for you both. There we go. And Candice, I'm sorry that I've already gone offline by the time that you say goodnight, but goodnight to you as well. See you later, guys. Speak to you in the Discord.